现在距离比赛正式开始还有10分钟。本节将进行的是小组赛，南国暖春迎盛世，东莞与民共精彩，让我们拭目以待。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2015 VIVO Sudirman Cup BWF World Championships. The afternoon section of group stage will begin in 10 minutes. Let's looking forward to some amazing performance.
抽奖活动，也期待您的关注。
No. A very good afternoon from the Dongguan Basketball Center in Dongguan, China. Day 5 of the 2015 Sudirman Cup. A day which will see some of the quarterfinals played, but the first match will decide who is going to play off for 21st and 22nd position. Plenty at stake in this match for the teams taking part. Been a fantastic tournament so far, some really exciting matches yesterday, but today is Vietnam versus Australia, vying for top spot in the level 3 Group B standings. Switzerland and Italy are consigned to 3rd and 4th place. They play each other also today, but Vietnam and Australia in identical positions with so much to play for, and they'll really be going for it today to try and make sure that one of them plays off against the Czech Republic for 21st or 22nd place at the Sudirman Cup. Coming up later in the day, the Germans take on the Chinese in the first quarter-final. Coming up today, well, first of all, we have the mixed doubles, and that'll be Lian Chu and Robin Middleton of Australia against Dong Bao Duc and Tai Ti Hongam. We'll then have the men's singles, which we'd have to say would tend to look as if it's going to go the way of Vietnam. And then the women's singles is followed with Joy Lai, a young talent from Australia, yet to win a game. She'll have a tough task against Vu Thi Trang. And then we have the men's doubles followed by the women's doubles. And Chu and Somerville had a fantastic match yesterday against Switzerland in the final rubber of that match, and managed to come back after losing the first set to win by 2-1. It was a thrilling match. Vietnam had a fairly easy outing yesterday without trying to put Italy down, but they breezed past them without any trouble whatsoever. I'm Ashley Morrison, and alongside me this afternoon is New Zealand international Ollie Leyden-Davis. Ollie, good to be back together, and yesterday Vietnam had a fairly easy hit out.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you win with 5-0, it's probably not going to test you too much as a side, although you do see some one-sided matches like we saw France and Hong Kong the other day was also that result, but they'll obviously be fresh coming into this afternoon's match against Australia.
Well, Australia's a team you know quite a lot about, having played against them, being just across the Tasman Sea in New Zealand, and they've got a very young side, with probably the exception of the man there, Robin Middleton.
Yeah, they do. I mean, obviously he's a former English player as well, and moved out to Australia a couple of years ago and has been successful with Australia on his back, but very much a young side for the future, particularly in the men's singles and also the men's doubles. There's some promising talents coming through for them.
Certainly should be some great matchups today, and I didn't really want to mention it, but of course in the Oceania Champs you played against this pair.
Yeah, they were, unfortunately for me, better than us on that day, and particularly in the first three is a strong point of theirs. I know, having spoken to Robin, they've worked hard on that, and I think look for that to be a real factor in this first match this afternoon.
If we just look at their results from yesterday, and in the mixed doubles they beat Celine Boucard and Oliver Schaller 21-13, 21-9, and then if we look at the Vietnamese, well, they were victorious over Rosario Madaloni and Karen Moran 21-17, 21-12. Neither of these teams have actually lost as yet, and in fact the Vietnamese have dropped just one game in their victories. Do you feel that this will be a fairly even matchup?
I would give a slight favourite tag to the Australians, especially Robin with his experience, and he's been around a long time, and he's a clever mixed doubles player. He knows how the game works, and he's able to put the shot in the right places and make the right decisions. So look for him especially to control the midcourt and set up Leanne at the front. But if the Vietnamese can come out and start well, like any match, we've seen a lot of upsets in this hall this week, so who knows.
Well, there's their world ranking, 201. They've not been playing together for that long. Their win-loss together, 34-22.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not use flash when taking photos during the game.
These were the results we were just touching on before. They were taken to 3 games when they played against the Swiss, but were victorious, dropping just the first game in a very closely fought match, 21-19. Take a look now at the Australians. Yan Chu, 23 years of age, world ranking 109. Not a bad win-loss ratio so far, and certainly for 2015, 50% return.
Yeah, of course, recently having taken a year or so away from the game, but good to see her back in Australian colours. She was, I think, too talented to stop when she did.
Definitely good to see her back. Robin Middleton, as you mentioned, formerly playing for England, and then moved to Australia. They've won both of their matches in straight games, and against Italy they look as if they're getting stronger each game they play, actually, that they are more finding that rhythm, and then Chu and Middleton, they seem to be stronger in the second game than they were in the first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more of an adjustment to conditions in here as well, and the more time you spend on court, the more familiar you are and the more comfortable you are with the conditions.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Vietnam.
The umpire, Cornelia Schroeder from Germany. And the service judges, Gunnars Lusveris from
And on my
Latvia.
left, Australia, represented by Lian Cho, Robin Middleton. Australia to serve.
Will be Australia to serve and get this match underway.
Lavo, play.
Middleton just
Service over.
misjudging that one. And there were quite a few people still misjudging the drift on these courts yesterday, Ollie.
Yeah, we saw a lot of it from particularly the end that the Vietnamese pair are playing from at the moment. Just thinking it's going to drift long over the back line, but dropping in.
3-1.
That, of course, being the slower end that the Australians are playing towards. It just means you have to put a little bit extra on your lifts to get it to the back of the court. And as we see, the other effect of that,
4-1.
just taking that one long.
And Chu just snatching at that shot a little bit.
4.
Yeah, well played by the Australians, though. That's exactly the opportunity that she was looking for.
Service comes straight back.
5-2. Serves over. 3-5. Serves over. 6-3.
Just dropping in for the Australians.
7-3.
Talk about Lian Chu making a comeback from Robin Middleton coming out of retirement to represent Australia. Still 30 years of age, there's still plenty of life left in him.
7.
Just a sign of some early nerves from Chu. Just not covering as much at the front as she usually does.
Serves over.
Vietnam again unable to hang on to the service. Middleton doing well at the net.
And a couple of good returns we've already seen from him.
9-5.
That's better from Lian Chu.
10-5.
Saw
Yeah,
the opportunity and pounced on it.
Of course, when you are good in the first three, like the Australian pair are, you can get a lot of cheap points just like that.
Well, the ideal start for the Australian pair going into the interval, 11-5 ahead, and that'll be just what they would have wanted.
Yeah, perfect start for the Australians. They've been in control for this entire first 11 points. And again, when you are so dominant in the first three, that the shuttle's always coming up to you, and it does make your job quite a bit easier.
Vietnamese coach seems to be giving most of the instruction to Tai Thi Hong Gam.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
You feel that maybe she needs to do a little bit more to pull Vietnam level?
I think so. I think she needs, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again today, that she needs to be able to challenge Leanne at the net. That was better. A little bit of luck with the net cord on the service return, but
6, 11.
And she got a thumbs up from the coach as well.
Yeah, great point there from the Australians and Middleton in particular.
12, 6.
Just shots like that where he's able to control and get the shuttle down below the tape is showing his experience.
Yeah.
He retired from England at 2011, which would have made him about 26 years old. Still quite young to be hanging up the racket.
Yeah, for sure, especially when often Europeans sort of peak towards 28, 29 years of age. But as
you go.
But as you can see, he's hasn't lost much. Again, another cheap point in the first three. Good service return.
13, 8.
And even if that comes back, he has it covered completely.
I was going to say that there's not a lot of money in badminton unless you are with the wealthy nations in the top rankings. Sometimes you do have to turn your back on what you love and find a career.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a couple of nations that have had to contribute themselves to just being here this week. Which makes it hard when you have to pay out of your own pocket to represent your country. Not the case with Australia. The players do when they represent the national team. It's funded by the Australian Federation. Individual tournaments are different, though there is a contribution made.
Yeah. Fight back from Vietnam.
Yeah, they've started to be a little more consistent, especially, and be able to play the shuttle into areas where they haven't been under as much pressure, but it's been a real quality display from Middleton so far, especially with the service returns. That's, I think, 4 now that he's picked up clean points from.
So, penalised for his service, a service fault. The racket head must be pointing down. We've talked about it a lot, I know, in our commentary and also the other partnership about those service faults, but it is sometimes difficult, and the players question it because they just want to find out what exactly they're doing wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few this week as well. As we see another well-constructed point by the Australians. But of course, as a player, you want to know what you've been faulted for, so you can perhaps make the corrections that you need in order not to be faulted the next time.
Australia edging further away from Vietnam to try and claim this first game. Again, a well-worked point.
19, 12.
Yeah, Duong just covering his partner there, or shadowing her rather. And perhaps he should have been covering the open court, trusting her a little bit more.
Says over. 13, 19. Says over.
Good service return from Chu.
20. Game point. 13.
Game point to Australia. Ooh, did that drop in?
Says over.
No.
14, 20.
Ooh, that looked close. Opted not to challenge.
Yeah, I think he just indicated there that he thought it was out.
No. She's serving. She's serving. 14, 20.
A bit of confusion over whose serve it is.
Game.
And that is the first game going the way of Australia.
First game
And a
won by
dominant
Australia.
first game from them.
21, 14.
Gets another little bit of luck there from Middleton, clipping the service, the tape with his serve return, but it's been a really dominant performance, like you say, from them in this opening game. They have been good in the first three and really haven't allowed the Vietnamese to do anything.
And Leanne Chu got more and more dominant at the net as the game went on.
Yeah, she definitely grew in confidence. She was a little bit small at the net initially and just ducking down and happy to let the shuttle go past, but she turned that around very quickly, and it also makes Middleton's life behind her much easier when she's doing that. He's able to, doesn't have to cover so much, and they can close down the areas of the court where they can put more pressure on.
Leanne Chu made the quarterfinals of the 2010 Commonwealth Games and also the 2012 Olympics, where Australia went down to Canada, so plenty of experience there. And Middleton, who got his degree from Loughborough University,
Court
famous
one,
university
20 seconds.
in Leicester.
Court one, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Play.
Second game underway. Australia haven't lost a game in the mixed doubles here at the Sudirman Cup. Be looking to maintain that clean sweep.
Yeah, I think so far no signs to suggest that that won't happen.
2, love.
It's a good shot from Bong Bao Duc.
Says over. 1, 2.
Vietnamese pair
It's over.
lost in the semi-finals of the Vietnam
3,
International
1.
Series, so fairly new partnership, but coming together.
Go. Says over. 2, 3.
All back on level terms.
Ball.
Oi, come on.
Out. Says over. 4-3.
Just pushed out of play by Taiti.
5-3.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate there, Middleton. She read that one quite nicely, but just put it wide.
Says over. 4-5.
Oi.
Well, everyone was looking where the shuttle had gone, and it was embedded in Middleton's racket. There's no doubt the strings have gone in that one.
Yeah, a bit of a shame when it set up the point so nicely too.
Play.
Well, the re-stringers have been kept busy at this tournament. If you just go away from the playing side, the playing courts, they're working furiously behind the scenes. Lovely shot from Lian Chu.
Yeah, I think the Vietnamese really need to start to direct their service returns to Lian Chu's backhand side. I've seen a number of times she's picked up the third shot with her forehand from that side of the court, and there's been able to get a lot of cheap points from it.
8-5.
And especially in a match where you're struggling to really get into the game, you've got to put the shuttle somewhere where it's not dangerous, where you can play in the rally. Because once they get into the rally, the Vietnamese, they're quite okay, but they're really losing out in the first three shots a lot.
Do you see that as a weakness then, Lian Chu's backhand, or having played against her?
I wouldn't say it's a weakness, no. I mean, she can hit backhands all day, but it's just an area where she's not as dangerous. And they've obviously, these two have an agreement that she will cover her forehand side a lot of the time.
It's a case of negating.
It's a case of,
Australia.
yeah, it's a case of not
9,
losing points
6.
as opposed to winning them.
Dropping out for Vietnam.
10-6.
Yeah, like that.
Says over. 7-10.
Oi. Yes, two.
Will do Vietnam's confidence a bit of good, closing the gap before the 11-point interval.
Oi. Come on, go. Yes, two.
Three successive points coming their way.
Again, just exploiting the space with that shot there
Go on, Rob.
on Chu's backhand side.
Oi.
Says over.
And that is the 11-point
11-9
interval break.
Interval.
11-9, they were 11-5 down in the first game, so far more positive from Vietnam, but they still need to find a way to gain the ascendancy.
Con lưới phát vào bên này của nó này, đỡ vào bên phải của nó đứng đây thì phát vào bên này của đánh vào bên này của nó mà đánh lỏng qua giữa hai thứ.
Trying to eavesdrop on the Australian coach.
I'm not sure how much I could catch of that, but I think he's talking about that if you play to the forehand of Tai, straight away she'll look to cover her backhand side after that. So better to keep it straight on her forehand side 2-3 times in a row.
11, 9,
It'll be interesting to see if that's the way Australia play.
Says over. 10, 11.
Umpire Chen Zhisheng, Chinese Taipei. Service judge Luo Qihong, Hong Kong, China.
It's too long.
11, all. Says over. 12, 11.
由马兔赞对阵阿曼，裁判员山西日本，发球裁判李孙。
Work by Chu.
Yeah, again clever from the Australians.
11.
Middleton going back cross court, so Leanne can come across and cover that shot that she intercepted there with her forehand.
Service judge Yi Sen, China.
14, 11.
Australia restore the 3-point buffer.
Says over. 12.
Personal frustration showing there.
Yeah, again better from the Vietnamese pair though. This time it was the error from the backhand side that came.
Oh, what a return from Middleton. He looked in dire trouble.
The second match on court.
You hear what the umpire was saying there, did you?
Yeah, I think just asking Middleton to keep the aggression to himself, making sure it's not at the opponent.
Klaus Schlieben, Austria. Service judge Ekaterina, Malaysia.
Says over. 13, 15.
But I mean, it's hard when you're that close to the net and you win the point. You want to celebrate straight away. So sometimes it looks like
It's aimed at the opposition
Yeah.
rather than yourself.
when in reality that might not be the case.
Certainly Vietnam aren't lying down. They're battling hard,
14, 15.
making Australia work for every point.
Fantastic defense from Middleton.
16, 14.
Really making Duong go from one corner in the back right across to the other side. Really difficult to cover those. Again, better from Middleton there. I'd like to see him just step forward when he has those opportunities. Not once have the Vietnamese pair played over him in the flat exchanges. So I think he's free to take one step forward and keep coming in to put more pressure on. Obviously when he has the ascendancy, but
Well spotted by Chu. She spotted the slip from Duong.
18, 14.
Service judge Yi Quanhui, China.
Why haven't they been trying to lift it? Do you think it's just purely that he has been so dominant?
I think so, but it's not traditionally how I guess the Vietnamese have played. It's more of a don't want to say, I'll say European, I guess, way of or style of playing to be able to play the shuttle over your opponent when you're in a controlling position. Great defense there as well. As the Vietnamese tend to prefer just to keep the shuttle flat when you're taking it around tape height or maybe even slightly above the net. But we've seen Middleton do it a few times as well to great effect in this match, and particularly from the end where the Vietnamese are playing from now. It's a bit slower the way they are hitting, so it's not going to go out the back line.
Great rally, the one before, and it all came from Middleton's round the back shot
15,
at the start.
19.
Nice one, come on.
Australia with 2 match points.
Nice two.
Oh, again, a brilliant shot from Middleton, really making Duong work at the back of the court.
Yeah, this time we see it from the other side.
Match point. 15.
Just aware that Thai's not going to cover that.
Match point. Vietnam are not gone yet.
16. 20.
Two.
And that is the game to Australia. Not lost a game so far in the Sudirman Cup 2015 in the mixed doubles.
Thank you.
2 straight games.
Thank you.
21-14,
Match won by
21-16.
Australia.
And an impressive
21-14,
performance again from Lian Chu
21-16.
and Robin Middleton.
It was comfortable for them, wasn't it? And also convincing at the same time. I think we saw that Robin was able to control the match, and I think, having seen Leanne play quite a lot, that she won't mind me saying that she's had better days, but she was good enough and let Robin just control from the midcourt and be able to put the shuttle down and into places where the Vietnamese couldn't really do anything with it. And they fought back hard in the second game and came with some more aggression, but again, Robin just, and Leanne as well, just too smart and too clever tactically this afternoon.
Final score after 27 minutes in the mixed doubles. Australia victorious 21-14, 21-16 against Vietnam. So that makes them go 1-0 up in the match itself. Next up will be the men's singles. It was interesting watching the Vietnamese coach. She was very disappointed with the performance of that team. I think they just never really were given the chance to play by Chu and Middleton. Had their moments. As Ollie Layden Davis said, Robin Middleton in great form. Can't beat experience.
No, I think it was the real difference between these two pairs this afternoon as well. I mean, credit to the Vietnamese. They did fight back and tried to come with some changes, but the Australians were able to respond to them and I guess showed their real class at the end of the second game as well, when it was in the balance.
Well, Australia were expecting to win their games against Switzerland and Italy, and I was talking to some of their administrators and they were saying if they can get a win today, that will be more than they expected. So then they will get the chance to take on the Czech Republic. This is a very, very young team Australia have here.
Yeah, it is, and they've been working hard with these youngsters for a while now, so it's good to see them starting to come through and perform at senior level also. I think, to be fair, it might have been more of an upset win when they beat Switzerland yesterday. A real cliffhanger coming down to the women's doubles at 2-2, and that game going the distance in 3 sets as well. But again, a good result for a predominantly young side.
And another young man making his way out for Australia now, Daniel Guda, just 18 years of age. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders as he takes on Nguyen Chien Minh, who's 32 years of age, so plenty of experience going the way of the Vietnamese player. And you would tend to think the odds heavily in favour of Vietnam in this men's singles rubber.
Yeah, this is a massive challenge for Daniel Guda. Of course, Chien Minh having been in the top 10 in the world for a long time. He's very fast, he's able to move the shuttle around it at high speed, so I guess the biggest challenge for Daniel Guda from the first point is to be able to stay with him.
It's a great experience for Daniel Guda to be out there playing against some of the best players in the world. Nguyen Tin Minh against Daniel Guda of Australia. Chien Minh was actually the first Vietnamese to play badminton at the Olympics, so has been a real standard bearer for the game in Vietnam. Sometimes with that comes a lot of expectation and a lot of responsibility, which sometimes rests not so easily on some players' shoulders. In fact, I was reading that when he was going to the Olympics, he was actually sponsored by a robot company. You know all about trying to get sponsorship, Ollie. You take it from anywhere.
Pretty much.
I'm not sure if they made a robot in his ilk. I'm not sure, but we'll be interesting to see if they did. Daniel Guda's world ranking 179. Had a lot of success at junior level, and now it's just a question of whether he can transfer that success to senior level. Won the Oceania Junior Boys Singles Championships 2013, the Australian Junior International Boys Singles title in 2014. Chien Minh has been very successful. Won the bronze at the World Badminton Championships in 2013. World ranking now up to 29. As Ollie said, though, he was in the top 10 for a while. Daniel Guda, well, he had success in the match against Italy, but went down to Christian Kirchmeier yesterday in a 3-set match. Kirchmeier was defeated by Chien Minh and wasn't selected yesterday in their match against Italy. He was given the day off, but didn't make a great deal of difference because Dao Man Tang, oh sorry, that was the in the men's singles. It was actually Pham Cao Kyung beat Matteo Bellucci, straight games.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this will be a big test as to where Daniel Guda is. Freek Cox of the Netherlands is our umpire. Cornelia Schroeder is the service judge from Germany.
Australia to serve. Level. Play.
Guda's really got to just relax and enjoy it.
1 love.
Pretty much. He's got the chance as an 18-year-old to play against a guy like Tien Min. Like I said, he's going to have his work cut out to keep up with him. But a good opportunity to test his skills at one of the highest levels.
Not quite getting down to get that one back.
观众朋友们，在观看精彩比赛的同时，请您不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。谢谢您的合作。
4 love.
Tien Min really well on top in this match already.
5 love.
Yeah, the pace of Tien Min just has been far too much for Daniel Guda in these first 5 points.
These two have never ever played each other before this match.
6 love. Service fault goal. Service over.
So finally, Daniel Guda gets a point on the board courtesy of a service fault. Yeah, the racket wasn't pointing down there.
I think he was faulted for height, actually.
Service over.
So it was above the waist.
Deemed to be, yeah.
7
Also
1.
looked to be almost like at his side.
Again, a very, very close call.
And better from Daniel Guda.
Over.
That should give him a little bit of confidence.
2 7.
Currently at his highest world ranking.
Service over. 8 2. Nine, 2. Time's over. 3 9. Change the shuttle.
Daniel Guda played in the Youth Olympic Festival in Nanjing last year, which again is a great opportunity for young players to step up and show what they're made of, and also the chance to come to a place like China for the first time. Sometimes, Ollie, the travel can be an aspect that young players don't get used to.
Yeah, especially if you haven't travelled that far before. For tournaments, it is different. Once you arrive, you have to get used to the conditions and adjustments of being in a new country and a new place. So it does take some time to adjust yourself to those.
When your opponent is ready to serve, please stand still. Okay?
Fairly clear what Freak Cox was requesting there.
Fault. Time's over.
Guda may be trailing, but certainly he's giving his all.
Six, 10. Game's over. 11-6.
Unfortunately, he plays it into the net, so at the 11-point interval, Chen Min with an 11 points to 6 lead.
Yeah, I think as we expected, proceedings to go in this first 11 points.
Straightforward, like he's just got it under control. You know what I mean? Like, so when you do that, kind of.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Chen Min to serve 11-6. First game of the men's singles.
12-6.
Australia currently leading this match 1-0. Power just too much from Chen Min then.
Change.
Unlucky for Daniel Guda, he did so well. Smile on his face.
14-6.
64 shots in the rally.
Yeah.
Was well on top at the beginning of it.
Yes, he's definitely brought a little more variety into his game. We could see a couple of cross nets that we didn't see before the 11-point interval, but unfortunately for him, those sort of rallies is what Chen Min loves. Just playing the shuttle around, not really giving him a real opportunity to attack. And of course, as I was about to say, his defense is so good, but good attack there from Guda also.
7-14.
But he just wears players down.
Well, the good thing is Daniel Guda looks like he's enjoying it out there. We'll get a great deal of experience from this match. Even though he was working Chen Min, you always felt Chen Min had it under control.
15-7.
A shame that that one went long.
7.
But yeah, for a guy like Daniel Guda at this stage in his career, he just doesn't quite have the weapons from the back line to hurt Chen Min. It's one thing to stay in the rally, and he's doing that really well, but to be able to score your points against the guy with his speed and his defensive abilities is a complete different
16.
story.
You mentioned before Middleton maturing 27, 28. Daniel Guda again's obviously got plenty of time to get those tools for his armory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at 18, well, only 18 years of age and having come through the Australian junior system, he's already playing at a good level, and He's shown he can beat seniors, winning the Oceania Championships at senior level this year, and he's got a lot of badminton ahead of him. But I mean, he moves nicely. He's got good technique.
18-8.
I'm sure the increased power will come as he gets a bit older.
Does that come purely from maturity, or is it again weight training or fitness, or just the way you train?
Yeah, a bit of both. And of course, at the moment when he's under more pressure, playing at a higher pace that he's not used to, he doesn't have the time to play his shots. But as he does get better and is able to play at a higher pace himself, then he'll get the time to do that, and he'll develop, I guess, technically as well. Of course, there's so much technique and being able to hit the shuttle hard.
Game point to Nguyen Tien Minh. Not going to get it just yet. Guda really making him work for every point. And exclamation mark claims the point to seal the first game. 21-9. Just picked up 3 points between the 11 and 21 to seal the match for Nguyen Tien Minh. 21-9. It was 11-6 at the 11-point interval.
Australian coach there just trying to get Daniel Guda to create some more opportunities from the back line. One thing to say, but it could be quite difficult to do against a guy like Tien Minh. But I think he's right. You have to try and create your opportunities and challenge yourself to do that. Because if you want to progress and start playing at a higher pace yourself and being able to compete with better players, it's really important that you're able to create your opportunities and score your own points, because if you can't win points yourself, your opponents will work that out very quickly and are happy to just play the shuttle around and control you if they know that you can't hurt them. So I think good advice there from Lasse Bundgaard.
He was also saying you've got to take your opportunities. There aren't that many out there, but he's absolutely right. When they are there, you've got to take them.
Got 1, 20 seconds. Got 1, 20 seconds.
And again, as you say, maybe easier said than done.
Yeah, I think it's two stages there. The first one's to create the opportunities. That's hard enough. And then to take them as well.
Second game.
Is difficult.
Level.
Second game about to get underway.
And especially now playing against the breeze that Daniel Guda's task is, he's got even more difficult.
Tien Minh looking to pull Vietnam level in the match.
Time's over. 1-0.
Yeah, straight away a good example of what he was instructed to do at the break. Took that one very nicely.
If you can just take the lead for a couple of points, it will do his confidence the world of good. He's done well there.
Yeah, very nice change in speed as he came forward, and well disguised the push as well. You don't wrong foot Tien Minh very easily.
Time's over.
Those must be the shots that are frustrating. Should really get them over the net.
Yeah, it's difficult. You know, you have to be so precise with your attacking strokes when you're playing up a level or a few levels, as Daniel Guda is today.
Women's singles. Israel against Lanka, Sri Lanka. Umpire, Liu Yun, China. Service judge, Klaus Schweden, Austria.
Just too long.
3, 2.
Oh, lovely shot from Daniel Guda. Fist pump too.
3, 4.
Managed to get it down quickly.
Yeah, that's how to take your chances.
Well, that was over.
Interestingly, Daniel Guda took up the game a little bit earlier than
3.
Tien Min. Tien Min started age 10, introduced by his father. Daniel Guda was a little bit younger than that. He was 7, and his parents were playing socially, and that's when he first came across the game. So if you look at where he is relatively, he's certainly on the right path.
4, 5.
Hanging in there. Too long.
That was over.
Was hoping for that drift that has been witnessed in that corner. There's just too much power on the shot though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
6,
drift from
4.
right to left as we look at the screen during the rally, but not that much.
That was over.
So Daniel Guda doing really well to
6.
stay in touch with Tien Min.
That was over. 7, 5.
And just pushing that too far.
9, 5. Interval.
And Tien just pulling away latter stages. It's a great shot so close to the net. How he didn't clip the net with his racket.
Yeah, I think just from 6-5 there, those last 5 points in a row, we've seen Tianmin speed up a little bit again, make Daniel Guda's life a little more difficult on the other side of the court. Of course, mistakes do tend to creep in when you're trying to play at a higher pace than what you're used to. Your decision making has to be just that little bit faster.
Well, you're having to react not only physically but also mentally.
Yeah, you feel under more pressure as well, because you know that your shots have to be more precise and that it's going to come back quicker. So, but once you start getting used to it, like he did at the start of the second, it can be quite okay.
Just feel that Tianmin has just lifted a gear. As you said, those last 5 points before the 11-point break, and now 6 consecutive points.
Yeah, he's also worked out Daniel Guda a bit, I think. He's happy to play a lot of shots into that corner there, where he knows that Guda's not that dangerous, but well-constructed attack.
That was indeed a wry smile from Tianmin.
Yeah, this one very short, but still had to be very precise with the smash. Did Guda, and he was.
Daniel Guda's movement, are you impressed with that on the court?
Yeah, definitely. He's there's not many. He hasn't let many drop shots from Tianmin get on the ground, and he's been particularly in the second game early on the net as well. So he's moved well, taken the shuttle high, and of course from there you're able to get a bit more control in the rallies. If you're always late on the net, then your opponent's going to be dictating to you. So his movement has been a real strong point today.
Well, he got there. It was just the sheer pace from Tianmin.
Yeah, he has been quite vulnerable defensively, both to the smashes that are out wide closer to the line, and also the body smash. We've seen Tianmin score 4 or 5 points there as well.
Thank you.
But when Tianmin plays more of a safety smash, I guess down the middle of the half court on either side, he's been quite able to cope with those, but I think you could expect that.
Seven.
Well played again.
8-15.
Broken string from Tianmin in that rally.
Looks like he's got a huge selection of rackets in there.
All sorts of different ones as well, looking at that.
The rackets tend to be the same weight, or?
No, there's a lot of, well, I guess in badminton terms, quite a lot of variety. You're talking within a maximum range of about 10 grams. So maybe generally speaking, it's not that much, but yeah, they come in lots of different weights and balances, particularly, and also flexibility. So I mean, beginners are going to play with something that's a lot more flexible to help them out, generate some power, but these guys will be playing with something that's stiffer because they're able to generate that power themselves, and they're more responsive that way.
10, 16.
He's got into double figures. It's a feather in his cap.
Serve's over. Seventeen, 10.
Just dropped in. He was, don't know if he was just trying to avoid getting hit or couldn't get his racket up in time anyway.
I think it was well disguised from Tien Min, just playing the brush shot across the back of the shuttle, taking the pace out of it so it doesn't go over the back line. But also it looks like the shot's going to come cross court.
Tien Min is very close to sealing this match, and he was expected to win it, but it's been good the way Daniel Good has not surrendered. He's certainly made him fight for every point. The 18-year-old from Australia. Tien Min played in the Malaysia Purple League, a professional league there.
Match point. 10.
Something Daniel Guda may be aspiring to down the track. Match point. And there it is, sealed by Tien Min. Daniel Guda, though, can hold his head up, smile on his face, good to see. He would have learnt a great deal from that experience.
Match won by Vietnam, 21-9, 21-10.
In the end, Tien Min just too good.
Yeah, very comfortable for him this afternoon, but credit to Daniel Guda. He made him work for a number of rallies and was particularly good at the start of the second set, but after he was neck and neck at 6-5, we saw Tien Min just step up again, and Guda unable to stay with him, but good signs for him moving forwards, I think, in the way that he was able to play that match.
And always good to see a player smiling throughout. So Tien Min of Vietnam wins 21-9, 21-10 against Daniel Guda of Australia in the men's singles, which means that in the rubber it is now one game or one match all. Vietnam 1, Australia 1. And next up we have the women's singles. Next up in this match is the women's singles, and again you'd have to feel, Ollie, that scales tip slightly towards Vietnam in this one.
Yeah, again slightly towards Vietnam, but I think this match, well, I guess in the balance of the tie, could be pretty crucial. Both players losing to Sabrina Jacquet of Switzerland earlier in the week, I guess by similar scorelines as well. And we can't be misled by the fact that Vu Thi Trang won her match against Italy 21-5, 21-3, so obviously a very good performance from her in that one, but playing against a different player from who Joy Lai had to play against Janine Cicognini, who has been around a long time and very established in the ladies singles department.
I watched that game, Vu Thi Trang's game yesterday, and it was, well, one would have to say dominant is probably an understatement. She destroyed the Italian player. Joy Lai, though, had, as we mentioned there, a much tougher outing against
number or
Sabine
picture?
Jacquet.
Number. Your choice?
Joy Lai would have to be one of the youngest players at the tournament. She's only 16 years of age. Born in 1998.
That makes me feel old.
How do you think I feel? So, women's singles, Vu Thi Trang versus Joy Lai, Vietnam versus Australia. It is one match all, and this is for the chance to play the Czech Republic in the playoff for 21st and 22nd place at this, the 14th Sudirman Cup, being hosted from the Dongguan Basketball Center in Dongguan. Joy Lai, world ranking 91. Her aim is to make it into the world top 20, which I'm sure is the aim of many a young player. As Ollie mentioned, she's yet to win a game here at the Sudirman Cup. She's had tough opponents in both matches. Her first match, she really did try to stretch Janine Sigonini. Vu Thi Trang also lost to Sabine Jacquet, but she managed to win her game yesterday comfortably, ranked 58 in the world. So a fair few spots ahead of Joy Lai, but this could still be a very close match. Yesterday, 17 minutes it took her to dispose of Romana Păvănescu. These two players have in fact never played each other.
Ready to play?
So neither can claim ascendancy from the past. I think this could be a much closer game than many may be predicting. As Joy Lai will be looking to go out on a winning note, or at least get her first win of the tournament. And she's hung in there in the games that she has played. She had a memorable trip to China with the Youth Olympic Festival. She celebrated her birthday there, and the whole stadium sang happy birthday to her. And she was also presented with a gift from the Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China. That would be a moment you'd never forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Australia, represented by Joy
Gunnar
Lai.
Luzveris from Latvia is the umpire for this match, and Freek Cox from the Netherlands is the service judge.
Love all. Play.
Vietnam to serve.
Serves over.
Oh, that was in.
1-love.
Vu Thi Trang looking a little bit quizzically at the judge.
2号场将要进行的是意大利队与瑞士队的第3场比赛，女子单打由齐特尼尼对阵贾维特，裁判员博迪斯希特里多尼亚，发球裁判员希波尔德德。
The third match on Part 2 will be women's singles. Carnegie, Italy. Again, Sabrina Jacquet, Switzerland. Umpire, Jean-Philippe Bourges.
This is what Vuti Trang did so well yesterday. She forced her opponent to the back of the court and then just played killer drop shots into the front.
2-all.
Whereas Joy Lai was just a little bit unfortunate. Some of her, she struggled with the drift of the court. There were many of her shots just drifting out of play instead of drifting just inside the line. And if she gets that right today, well, it could work in her favour. As you were saying, Ollie, every day the conditions differ slightly.
Yeah, especially as a young player who hasn't played many, if any, big tournaments. I mean, she's probably played in a couple of arenas like this one, but I guess compared to the top guys in the world that play these tournaments week in, week out, it does take some adjusting to, and it's something you're not used to.
Just too long there.
I guess we're quite lucky in Australia and New Zealand as well to play in halls that have really nice conditions. It's easy to see. There's never any breeze or drift or altering of the flight of the shuttle, so it is something that's always new in your first big tournament.
That's better. That one dropped in for Lai.
3-6.
Looked a little bit flat-footed there.
Yeah, she is a little bit vulnerable to those cross cuts from both corners. She's okay with a hard smash like that, but when she has to stretch forward as well, she struggles a little bit. And I think maybe that's due to her body position in defense. If she leans forward a little bit more, then she can cover those shots a bit easier. Of course, it's all a balancing act because you have to cover the clears as well, especially in women's singles. But
Service over. 4-8.
Grimace from Vu. For a second I thought she might have injured herself, but I think she was just annoyed with herself. Certainly in a match that has a possible chance of sorting out the overall outcome of the match between Vietnam and Australia. They won't want any injuries.
no, that would be a horrible way to lose a match, and also never good for the players involved.
Vu just stretching away at the moment, 1 point away from going into the 11-point break. Oh, that was good play by Lai.
10.
Yeah, great shot. Really able to take the pace out of it and make Trang stretch all the way forward. And that's 3 or 4 times now she's been able to score the point clean on the floor in that corner.
That was in.
6-10.
Trang looking very frustrated with herself at the moment.
Not sure why, she's 10-6 up.
I was going to say that's almost as many points as she conceded in the whole match yesterday. Maybe that's why. Certainly not as dominant in this match.
She's a little quick one around the court, so we really got to let them be almost as quick as her or as quick as her. So we really got to be up there. And then when you get those chances here.
I just heard the Australian coach say, you've got to get around the court as quick as her.
Yeah, he's exactly right.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Trang has been the
Court
one
1, 20
dictating the pace of
seconds.
the rallies, and if you're going to allow her to do that, as Joy Lai has been a little bit, then she's going to control the match. So you need to do something that either increase your pace or try and slow the pace of the rallies down to your level or the speed that you prefer to play at.
11-6. Play. Serves over.
I'm going to say some of that movement though again could go back to the point you made about the body position, that if her body, is that fair to say that sometimes if you get that equilibrium right, it's easier to move?
Yeah, absolutely, but I think it's more an intent than a real physical thing. I mean, obviously it becomes physical when you're moving faster, but if it's not there in your mind to
11.
do that and try and take over and take control of the pace of the rally, then you're going to struggle. But we've seen straight away that she's been able to do it very quickly.
Yep, she started this after the break really well.
Serves over. 12-8.
Interesting, the Australian players look to their coach far more regularly than the Vietnamese do. Trang is a top-rated female player in Vietnam. The highest ranking has been 46. That dropped in.
16-8.
Beginning to pull away from Joy Light.
Yeah, clever shot that from Trank. Knowing that she's hitting against the wind. And you're able to play a flat clear without the fear of it going out the back line.
Serves over. 9-16. Serves over. 17-9.
And the first game beginning to slip away from line out.
Serves over.
She still battles away, wins back a point.
Serves over. 20. Game point 10.
Game point.
Serves over. 11-20.
Vu frustrated. She couldn't finish the game. Just too long.
12-20.
That's it, and that's the first game going the way of Vietnam. Phu Thi Trang, 21-12. Didn't do it as easily as I think she was expecting.
Yeah, which I find maybe a little bit high expectations. I think 21-12 was still a comfortable win. I don't think I gave her enough credit at the start of the match. She played really well in that first set, controlled all the rallies and controlled the tempo of the rallies, which is most important in the scheme of the match itself.
But you just saw from her facial expression, she obviously sets herself extremely high standards, which is no bad thing.
No, not at all.
Phu Thi Trang victorious in 14 minutes in the first game, 21-12 over Joy Lai. So Lai, can she match the movement of Phu Thi Trang in the second game? Joy Lai was selected at the age of 10 by the Australian Sports Commission Talent Identification Programme. So she's been around the traps of the Australian scene for a while now. And in fact, she was taken in a year younger than the normal intake, so huge expectations, but still a player that is very much still developing.
Yeah, at 16 years of age, it's still very, very young.
Second game.
And I guess great that she's been able to have that attention and coaching from such a tender age.
I'm sure this tournament will be a massive learning experience for her as well. She played in the VIVO Cup in 2014 in India. So already racking up major tournaments. Just wonder how she copes with her schoolwork. It's another pressure we forget about. She was putting a lot of shots there yesterday, just in that corner, a little bit long.
I mean, the real difference, or one of the big differences, I think, between a junior player and a senior player is the ability to change the speed during the rally as well. Not only change the speed of the rallies in general, but as the rally's going on, being able to speed up or take the pace out of it. And I think that's an area where Trang is much, much better than Joy Lai at the moment. And I mean, understandably so.
She's fighting back again. He's pushing that one a little bit long.
The fourth match on top 5 will be men's doubles. Shinsky, Sudirman, Israel against Dilima, Nimika, Sri Lanka. Umpire, Patakaruma, Malaysia. Service judge, Liu Yun, China.
Yesterday, Trang was 7-1 up against Pervanescu in the second game. Went on to win 21-3. Those were the shots. I saw so many like that yesterday.
Yeah, particularly from that end where Joy Lai is playing from now, because it's a little bit slower. You're able to play that flat punch clear, like I've said, without the fear of it going too long. But that's the only really real time we've seen her play it. And especially when you're struggling to keep up with the pace of the rallies, if you can force Trang to be off balance or under pressure and take things later in the rear court, then you're going to start to be able to control. So it's something I would like to see more of from Lai.
Serves over. 3-10.
She's still got a mountain to climb.
Service over, 11-4, interval.
So we go to the 11-point interval, 11-4 in favour of the Vietnamese Vu Thi Trang.
Cái con đánh thì nó bỏ chéo nhanh bỏ chéo. Chứ đừng có cố bằng thế này vì cái quả chéo của nó xa. Nó không sát như mình bỏ sát nhưng nó lên nó chỉ trô thôi.
Well, I don't know if you speak Vietnamese, but I don't, so I'm not too sure what their coach was saying, but she's one of the most relaxed coaches here.
Yeah, I don't think Trang needs to change anything at all.
11-4. Play.
Everything she's been doing has been working perfectly fine.
Wonder if she'll lift a gear, try and wrap up the match in quick fashion. Just pulling away now, Vu Thi Trang. And dropping in for Joy Lai.
5-14.
Yeah, that's better from the Australian. Just earlier on the net. And then she's able to control and put Trang under more pressure.
Service over. 15-5.
That's just too long.
17-5.
Yeah, Trang just getting this on a bit of a plate at the moment. It's all too comfortable. Makes your life a lot easier when you're getting a lot of free points from your opponent.
Service over. 6-18.
But as soon as she wins the serve, Trang, almost as an affront, wins it straight back. Again, a long way wide.
Match point 6.
Match point for Vietnam to take them into a 2-1 lead in this match. Too long from Trang. Should be frustrated with that, but knows that victory is not too far away. And that was out, so victory goes to Vu Thi Trang. She remains undefeated in the women's singles at the Sudirman Cup 2015. Tough day at the office for Joy Lai, the Australian. 16 years of age, still plenty to learn, but very dominant display by the Vietnamese. So they now go into a 2-1 lead in the match, courtesy of that victory by Vu Thi Trang. Score in the match, Vu Thi Trang 21-12, 21-7 over Joy Lai of Australia. Next up will be the men's doubles.
Yeah, an interesting clash, this one.
As we take a look at the matches that have taken place so far. In the mixed doubles, it was Australia victorious, courtesy of Leanne Chu and Robin Middleton. And then in the men's singles, not surprisingly, Nguyen Tien Minh was victorious over the youngster Daniel Guda in 2 straight games. And then in the women's singles, Vu Thi Trang also victorious in 2 straight games over Joy Lai. Next up is the men's doubles for Australia to try and get on even terms, and Vietnam to maybe steal the match and the chance to play the Czech Republic for 21st or 22nd position. Australia will hope they can win this match to take it through to the women's doubles match to decide the overall match. It's a tough one to work out who may come out top in this one. It's fairly even in my eyes. I don't know how you see it, Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've seen a lot more of the Australian boys than I have the Vietnamese guys, but both pairs undefeated this week, 2 from 2. And I guess with the tie and the balance, it'll be who responds better in a pressure situation. But the Australian pair are a couple of guys on the rise, still young as well, and had a little bit of experience now at senior international level.
And both of them just 20 years of age. Once again, these players have never played each other.
What do you like, green or black?
It's quite amazing how in all of these particular match the
Black.
pairings seem to have not
Good
happened.
choice. So who's serving?
As you heard there, Vietnam have won the toss. Lee Ha An has opted to serve. This will be a test for the Australian pairing of Matthew Chow and Sarwan Serasinga up against Dao Man Tang and Lee Ha An. It's a new pairing for Vietnam. So far, it's worked well for them in this tournament.
Yeah, well, often these sorts of tournaments are the times that you can discover those new pairings as well, and if they're successful for Vietnam this week, then maybe it's something that they can explore into the future.
That's where it must be disappointing for you not playing here for New Zealand, because I know you're looking for a partner at the moment.
Yeah, it's all it's part of the game, and these things happen. So yeah, I guess better to be in the Vietnam perspective than mine.
Absolutely. So the Australian pair ranked 98 in men's doubles. They've been victorious in 2 games in both of their matches so far, 21-19, 21-19 against the Italians. So that was a fairly closely fought match. Against the Swiss, they did it a little bit easier, but still were forced to work for that victory. It was only just pulling away very late in the match. Now, the reason the Vietnamese have no rankings is they are a new pairing and they haven't played enough together in international tournaments to warrant a ranking. So, in fact, if we look at Lee Ha An, he's tried several partners in men's doubles. Played with Hong Nam Pham and Phong Nam Dong, and now finds himself playing with Dao Man Tang. Look at their matches again in between the Italians, and first of all they played the Swiss. They had a tougher time too against the Swiss than they did against the Italians yesterday. I have to say that their game against the Italians was a very quick match. It actually was over, Ollie, quicker than Daniel Guda's second game in his singles match.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
So Robin Middleton sitting alongside the Australian coach. And his presence yesterday was very encouraging for the 2 guys on the court. He was looking to promote them and encourage them every chance he got.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right,
Our umpire for this match, Cornelia Schroeder,
Lee An Man,
and Gunnars Luveris from Latvia is the service
on my
judge.
left, Australia, represented by Matthew Chow, Sarwan Serasinga. Vietnam to serve, Lee Ha An to serve, Sarwan Serasinga.
Vietnam opted for service.
Play. One love.
Well,
2 love.
So far, paying dividends.
Serves over.
Played by Serasinga to win serve back, or win serve for
1, 2.
Australia.
Yeah, Serasinga, the power hitter of these 2.
He was very dominant at the back of the court yesterday. And Chow was equally as strong at the net.
Serves over.
Yeah, that's definitely their strongest position on the court.
themselves behind at the moment against a determined Vietnam. They did start slowly yesterday.
Service fault called.
And that was the above the waist. I have to say, I thought a service before that was above the waist as well.
5. 3. 5.
Singer just overplaying that.
6. 3.
Good communication between the Australians, just shout of leave it.
6. Says over. 7. 4. Says over. 5. 7.
That dropped in. Oh no, it didn't. For a second I thought I didn't hear the call from the line judge.
Yeah, great start from the Vietnamese.
Some real intensity about the way they're playing as well.
Yeah, exactly, and one that you can't say the Australians are replicating so far.
Better from the Australians.
7. 9.
Chin Min giving his thoughts from the side.
Says over. 10. 7.
Good smash from Sarah Singer. When he gets those opportunities, he tends to put them away well.
Yeah, he hasn't been given too many so far though.
Going to the break.
11. 8.
Vietnam leading by 11 points to 8. Australia, in fact, doing well to stay in touch.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they've got a couple of cheap points from a couple of easy mistakes from the Vietnamese, but they have been the ones dictating the rallies so far and in control of them. They've been good in the first 3. And I think for the Australians to come back in this match, they need to start pushing some of those service returns to the rear corners. While they do have some good skills themselves at the net, the Vietnamese are better in that area.
Court 1. 20 seconds. Court 1. 20 seconds.
This is a crucial match in the overall match. Vietnam with a 2-1 lead. They win this and they will be playing the Czech Republic for 21st and 22nd position.
Straight away, better defense from the Australians.
This was where they lifted yesterday. They were trailing 11-9 and then came back with a really dominant display after the 11-point interval. Get consecutive points again.
10, 11. Play. Serves over. 12, 10.
Just out, but good defence from Vietnam in that rally.
Yeah, they're very good at just moving the shuttle around, but
10.
with flat lifts rather than high ones to give the Australian boys time. Broken string.
Well spotted.
11, 13.
Different sound off the racket. Sarah Singer, who hails originally from Galle in Sri Lanka. Lives in Melbourne now. And Glen Waverley. And the new racket does the trick.
12, 13.
Yeah, of course, for the Vietnamese, when they're defending in the manner that they are, by keeping it flat, you have to make sure you avoid the front man and play a big court, so you're hitting your defensive strokes much more towards the sidelines.
The Vietnamese supporters happy.
The first match on top 5 waving women's doubles. Hugan, Pujo, Israel against Leka, Achini.
Well worked point by Australia. Stay in touch with Vietnam. I have a feeling this may be a long match. Certainly the combination of the Vietnamese looks very solid. mean, for a pairing that's hardly played together, they seem to be gelling
40,
really quickly.
50.
Move 2 points clear.
16, 14.
Yeah, there's a noticeable difference between these two pairs in the front court, but just the way they cover the net, the Vietnamese boys are a lot quicker to do it. We saw a perfect example in that rally previous to that one there.
17, 14.
Just their follow-up movement from the shot that they play is a lot faster than the Australian boys. The Australian boys are just reacting a little bit in the front court, and I think that's where the Vietnamese' strongest point has been so far in this opening game.
Four-point margin there in favour of Vietnam.
Service fault called. Service
Off the
over.
waist. Second call
15,
against Lee
18.
Ha An.
It's over.
No team has actually taken 16 points off this pair of Vietnamese
19,
players at the
50.
Sudirman Cup, so Australia looking to do so and close that gap, try and keep themselves alive in this opening game. Just to add to the tension, the court gets a good wipe.
Play.
Game point to Vietnam.
20, game point, 15.
That fell in. They're not going to get it easily against this pair of battling Australians.
16, 20. Game.
And that is the game going the way of
First game won
Vietnam.
by Vietnam, 21-16.
21-16. I think with the direct point scoring, you lose some of the drama there had they had to win back serve. Let's just eavesdrop on the Australians if we can.
So on your serves, like, make sure that you vary it now. You flick, but make sure you vary it. Maybe flick a few.
I think the call was to vary it, Ollie.
Yeah, exactly, to keep varying the service situation, because I think Lasser is well aware that they hadn't been winning the service situation, so if they can keep the variety in their serves and flick a lot as well, they've been successful doing that. But of course so important in the men's doubles to try and at worst come out 50-50 in those first 3-4 shots.
Robin Middleton giving his thoughts now. Already won his mixed doubles match.
Also, I think good from the Australians and the coaching staff that
20 seconds.
they will put Matt and Salwan
20
together
seconds.
in a match like this. I mean, of course, you've got the experience and high level of Robin Middleton on the sideline, but then you could justify putting him in there to maybe maybe strengthen the combination, but I think a better decision to keep them together and show some faith in them as some youngsters that are coming through and trying to prove themselves on the international scene.
I think it's very much a rebuilding stage for Australia, as you alluded to at the very start of this match. So if you're going to go down that path, you have to show faith in those young players, or you send them the wrong sort of messages. Crucial to Australia's cause that they managed to fight back and take this game and force the match into a third game. The winners overall will play the Czech Republic. The losers will play Austria. Having watched this pair yesterday, and you've played against them, Ollie, I know a lot. Chow has to dominate at the net, and Sarasinga has to drop in behind, because whenever they managed to do that yesterday, they picked up points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, that's their strongest combination, by positioning rather, as a pair, and I think it's been a real problem that they haven't been able to do that much so far in this match. But I think that's due to the Vietnamese boys, just their speed of movement. They're moving forward quickly and not giving Matt the chance to really take over the net, as we see some service variety from the Vietnamese side of the net. And exactly the reason why, with Chow making the mistake. I think that's better from Sarasinga though, to be able to push the service returns into the rear corners. Because, like I said, they have been outplayed in the front and the mid-court in the service situation. Not that time, though.
You mentioned when we saw the mixed doubles how the Vietnamese were unwilling to play the ball over the top of Middleton. Do you see a similar format here? That can you learn from those games that that's the style they like to play, so maybe, or is it a completely different game?
I mean, of course you can play over once in a while in a men's doubles as well. It's a little more dangerous, but you can do it more effectively in a mixed doubles, because you can just put the girl on the back line, which is not as threatening as when the man is back there. But I think you look to do it in a men's doubles when both players are moving forward together, and we're not really seeing that from the Vietnamese boys. It's one guy that's electing to step in and cover the net. They're not really rushing it together, so there's not that much space on the back line to exploit.
Well, Australia have managed to stick with Vietnam at the moment, 6-all. Oh, and Sarasinga with the court open, just pushes it into the net.
7-6.
Yeah, disappointing to miss that one, but better play.
Well, they've done well to work both the Vietnam players over to one side of the court to set up that shot.
Serves over. 7-all. Matthew, play. Serves over. 8-7.
Yeah, good play from Chow this time.
8-all.
knows that the Vietnamese boys want to flatten out the defense straight away. So if you take the pace off, it really lifts the chance of you bringing the front player in.
Australia edge ahead. Now they take a 2-point lead. I'd love to go into mid-game interval with the lead. Point now and a 3-point buffer would be ideal.
Says over. Nine, 10.
将要进行的是尼日利亚队与菲律宾队的第4场比赛，男子双打，由恩勒乔、维克多对阵乔普、马萨利诺，裁判员罗志光，中国香港，发球裁判员巴赫，澳大利亚。
Well, they're going to go into the break with the lead. It's not going to be 3 points, it will be 2 points. Certainly, though.
You're definitely blocking at the right times. You need to keep doing that also when it gets tight. Good serving, great, good variation. Keep doing that. And we know now how to defend. We know that we've got to keep things lifted and then we can try into it. We know that. We know how we're going to attack, so we're just going to keep doing it. Vary it up. We're in there now, in the zone. So remember, if they get points, if they get
Part 1, 20
Well,
seconds.
we could hear that. We know how they're going to defend, and we know how to counter it. It's pretty much what you were saying up here, Ollie.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear that they've worked out exactly what's going on and what's coming back in the defense from the Vietnamese pair, and they have made changes to that and been able to do it. But
11, 9.
and also in the service situation, we've seen a real improvement from the Australians.
Question is now, how do Vietnam combat Australia's attack?
10, 11.
Yeah, I think it's they're both well aware of the tactics that they need to play, and it's more a question of who could do it rather than who can change.
12.
So it's executing those tactics. Australia in the lead at the moment. Serve drops in as well.
10.
And they're beginning to push ahead.
14, 10.
And I tell you what, if body language is anything to go by, the Vietnamese coach has suddenly leaned forward now. Most of the time she's sat back on her chair being extremely relaxed.
Yeah, understandably showing a little more concern. And I think, speaking of confidence and body language, that you can see the Australians have really lifted in that area. And they are real confidence players as well. When they get ahead and they start to feel good about what they're doing, they really can lift their game, and we've seen that in the 6-point run.
Make that 7 points. They are very close to taking this second game. Eight-point run now. Can they take it through? to victory.
Says over. 11-19.
Hey! Oh!
And Vietnam are not going to lie down. They're going to come out fighting.
19. Says over.
Game point now to Australia to pull them
20.
level in this match.
10 point. 12. Says over. 13.
Matthew Chow disappointed, understandably so.
Fourteen. 20.
Vietnam clawing their way back. Australia needing just 1 point to seal this game. Nerves jangling a little bit on the Australian side of the net.
20.
And finally, they seal the game. So it's 1 game apiece
Won by Australia.
in the men's doubles.
17.
Everything to play for in the 3rd game. You said how Chow and Sarasinghe are confidence players, Ollie. Will they get the confidence to see them get all the way over the line?
I certainly think it would have helped if they closed that 2nd game out straight away, but I mean, from a Vietnamese perspective, good signs from them. They were able to, I guess, win back the service situation just in that last run of 6 or 7 points that they did have. And I mean, I think whoever does that better in this 3rd game is going to come away with the match. We saw, I mean, it wasn't until they were about 19-11 down that they actually had an opportunity to attack from a high lift that was given away by the Australians. So credit to them through the middle stages for dominating, I guess, the service situation. And then you see it go the other way and 6 or 7 point run against them. So it's really going to come down to that.
1 game apiece in the men's doubles. 21-16. The first game went to Vietnam. 21-17. The second went to Australia. And with the tie at 2-1 in favour of Vietnam, this is a crucial game for Australia if they want to play the Czech Republic for 21st and 22nd position.
20 seconds.
Vietnamese team still looking very relaxed and happy. They've got confidence in Dao Man Tang and Li Ha An. Australia to serve.
Double. Play. Serve is over. 1 long. Two long.
Vietnam straight off into a 3-love lead. Their coach was extremely vocal.
The fifth match on court 4 will be women's doubles. Camille, Seychelles against
Australia finally get a point on the board. How important is that?
Yeah, crucial. I mean, you mentioned before about when is a good time to use the backcourt in the men's doubles, and I think right now is a good one for the Australians because they're just under a lot of pressure in the front 2/3. That's better. And also their coach Lasse Bundgaard mentioned between the second and third sets about being able to block at the right moment, and if you can take the Vietnamese away from the net, that's then going to create the space to play the shuttle into. Whereas if you're trying to take them on when they're already there, they're too quick and too good for that.
Deeper serve from Australia.
Yeah, that's much better.
3-5. Says over.
Vietnam still edging ahead.
6-3. Says over. 4-6. Says over.
It's going one way, then the other. There is nothing between these two teams. Just too wide from Australia.
8-4. Nine, 4.
5-point margin. Another service fault called against Lee Ha-an. That's his third in this match.
5-9.
Just what Australia needed at that point. Chow pushing it wide.
Says over.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what he was trying to
10,
do.
5.
Just go back across Dao.
Now the 11-point break comes and Australia trailing 11-5. That's a big margin to make up.
Yeah, we've seen it done, but not that often. And particularly not when you're losing the service situation. It was better in the last couple of points from the Australians, but they've certainly got a mountain to climb to get back in this third and deciding game.
Part
And I mean, like I said before, they know what they need to do.
20 seconds.
It's just a matter of being able to execute and play the block at the right time.
Australians are already on the court waiting for the Vietnamese to make their way out.
5. Correct.
It's going to take a very special performance from the Australians to pull back level. And it certainly looks as if Vietnam are coming out slightly more aggressively than we've seen them the whole match,
5.
because they have that cushion. Points to make up now. That is a massive margin in badminton terms.
Really strange shot there from Sarah Singh. Completely mistiming that drop shot.
14-5.
That's not a good sign for the Australian camp.
Well, there's 1 point and service back their side.
6-14.
Still plenty to be done by Australia.
Again, just going for the block at the wrong time. You can see that Lee is already there. Rather just play the shuttle into the open court, take him off the net, and then play the block.
They need a run of points now, and they need them desperately. It's just not happening for Australia. Credit to Vietnam though, they're putting so much pressure on them. And when luck's going your way.
18-7. Serves over. 8-18.
10 points. Australia need to pull back. There's one.
9-18.
Victoria's fault at a time when Australia really didn't want one.
Serve's over. 19-9.
Hey, up.
Serve's over. 10-19.
That dropped in, didn't it? No, it didn't.
11-19.
My eyesight failing me from high above the court. Slowly, Australia claw back.
12-19.
Still a long way to go.
Serve's over.
Match point for Vietnam.
20. Match point. 12.
And Chow pushes it out. So Vietnam have won the match, and they also take a 3-1 lead in the overall encounter, which means that they will be meeting the Czech Republic to play off for 21st and 22nd position. Australia will play for 23rd and 24th against Austria.
21-16.
So Australia
17-21,
versus Austria. That may well confuse a few people. But credit to Vietnam, they just pulled away in that final game. Dao Man Tang and Lee Ha An just too good for Matthew Chow and Sawan Serasinger.
Yeah, that was a disappointing end for the Australians, really.
They are, though, still. We should not forget a young team, a young pairing, both just 20 years of age. 43 minutes it took for Vietnam to win 21-16, 17-21, 21-12, having been so close in all of the matches leading into that final game. It was a disappointing end, but Vietnam victorious in the men's doubles. Well, those are the results so far that confirm Vietnam will go on to play the Czech Republic. It was a good win for Australia in the mixed doubles. A win for Vietnam in the men's singles. Nguyen Tien Men being victorious over young Daniel Guda. And then Vu Thi Trang won the women's singles as well, defeating Joy Lai. And then in the men's doubles, an epic battle between Dao Man Tang and Lee Ha An saw them victorious over Matthew Chow and Sawan Serasinger in 3 games. First 2 were really closely fought, but Vietnam just powered away in the 3rd game to take victory. And really, once they took a 5-point lead, it was always uphill for Australia, Ollie, in that last game.
Yeah, it was difficult, and like I said, a lot of it came down to the service situation, and Vietnam were better for the majority of the 3rd set in that area, and I think that was a big part of why they ran away with that match.
We now move on to the women's doubles. It sadly will mean little in terms of the actual match itself, but it will be a very important match for both the teams. Both of them have played 2-1-2, and it also sees a new pairing for Vietnam with Vu Thi Trang, who played in the singles, having to take part in the doubles. We're assuming that that means that there was an injury in the previous women's doubles player, which was Pham Nhat Tao. So I think I saw her not even changed in a tracksuit, sitting down watching the matches, so you can only assume she's picked up some form of injury. So Nguyen Thi Sen and Vu Thi Trang taking on Lian Chu, who already played in the mixed doubles, pairing up on this occasion with Gronya Somerville, who is possibly the most popular Australian player here in China. Celebrated her birthday on Saturday, and the Australian contingent were trying to find somewhere to take her out for dinner, and the hotel said they would organise everything. And then when they did, there was a mass media there to help her celebrate, because she comes from the Qing dynasty scholar, direct line to the scholar and political reformer Kang Yu-wei. So strong Chinese links for Gronya Somerville, also with Lian Chu. They're ranked 128 in the world. 3 wins so far in 2015. And they had an epic battle yesterday against the Swiss and managed to prevail in that match. It was a brilliant match to watch. They've had to do it tough in both of their games, going to all 3 games. And if you look, it's interestingly the games they've dropped, 21-13, 21-12, so they've really either just lost concentration or just lost the rhythm. Vu Thi Trang, her ranking is 105. That is in women's doubles. But she comes in to replace Pham Nhat Tao, whereas Nguyen Thi Sen has been playing all of the matches in the women's doubles for Vietnam at this tournament. So far she's been unbeaten. It's a dead tie, but how do you expect this to go?
Oh, you're going to make me put myself on the line again, aren't you?
I am. Well, that's what you're the expert. You're meant to be the man who his head goes on the chopping block every game.
No, again, it's a tough one to call. I think I've said that a couple of times today, and I probably got it wrong in the ladies singles. But it's an interesting one when you bring in a ladies singles player into the ladies doubles. Like you say, we can only assume that that's due to injury. Having won 2 games out of 2 so far this week.
Yeah, it just seems a strange thing for Vietnam to do, unless, you know, without it being an injury. And I'm sure that I saw Pham Nhat Tao sitting down there in her normal clothes. Umpire for this match, Freek Cox from the Netherlands. And the service judge is Cornelia Schroeder of Germany. And while we mentioned Germany, of course, the next match coming up later today is Germany against the host nation, China. Make sure you tune in and catch all of the action from that match. Vietnam serve. And once again, if you Look at the number of photographers that are now beside centre court here for Gronya Somerville.
Time's over.
They have more than doubled.
1-0. Two, one.
Two Australians are
3-1.
forming quite a good partnership together. As we said, the first time the Vietnamese have paired up. In that situation with Vietnam, is it harder for the singles player to adjust or for the doubles player to adjust to having a singles player beside them?
I think both of them certainly do need to do exactly that and adjust, but it's up to the doubles player to take the lead, essentially. Having experienced that myself a couple of times, it's up to you as the double specialist to take control of especially the front court. Otherwise, because there it normally comes a bit faster, and as a singles player you're not used to that sort of skills, or you having to use those sort of skills to, and that sort of pace as well. It's easier for you to patrol the back line and control it from there. But I think as a doubles player in that situation, you need to be aware of that and not play too quick and ask your partner to follow you. Of course, they will follow what you're doing and follow your lead, but you need to be able to make sure they can do that. But it also can be difficult to play against a singles player in a double situation, because they come with skills and different shots that you're not used to and can be unfamiliar as well.
I'm sure they do the unexpected. So far the Australians just slightly ahead. Somerville with serve.
Seven, 4. Time's over. 5-7.
A work point by Australia.
8-5.
Both the Australians living in Melbourne, Victoria. Somerville comes from there, but Chu moved across from Adelaide.
Time's over. 6-8. Seven, 8. Service fault called. Service over.
Service fault called.
9-7. Change the shuttle.
Somerville studying a Bachelor of Exercise Science and Human Movement at the Victoria University. I wonder if athletes that study those
good defense from the Australians. Well played. Just working the Vietnamese girls around the back line and then stepping in, I guess like we saw in the men's doubles, at the right time to play the block and turn over the attack.
Often wonder if, as I say, athletes that study those topics go home and study themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, as an athlete, your most important tool obviously is your body, and the better you know that, well, the more you get to know yourself and how your body responds to certain things, the better you're going to be. And it's really important as well to know when you're training too hard sometimes, if you need a little break, or if you need what you need to make you at your best when you need to be.
Vietnam looking very relaxed, I suppose, knowing that the match is theirs.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. The answer. 11-8.
Australia leading 11-8 and with serve.
Serve's over.
Service fault this time against Leanne Chu. Good fight back from Vietnam. Not often you see the shuttle go on to another court at international level.
12.
One thing that's apparent is that Vu Thi Trang is a real competitor. She does not like to lose a point. She hails from Da Nang, which is pretty much in the middle of Vietnam.
Serve's over. 13-12. Over. 13-0.
You can hear from Chu there. It's all short, and it is. They're playing against the breeze, and I'm sure she's aware of it, as she's already been on court today. It's so important to be able to get your lift to the back line.
That's even Steven now.
14-0. Play. Foul! 15-14. Time's over. 15
Well,
all.
the match may be won by Vietnam, but these two young ladies are determined they're going to win this match.
Serves over.
Certainly the commitment hasn't dropped at all.
16, 15. Serves over. 16 all. Serves over. 17, 16.
Oh!
18, 16. Ian, play must be continuous, so serve quicker.
So Australia told to just keep the game moving. And Chu to serve quicker.
Fault. 19, 16.
3-point margin, finally Australia edge ahead.
Serves over.
Somerville into the net though.
17, 19.
And again, so Vietnam
18, 19.
come within a point.
Serves over.
Game point to Australia.
20. Game point. 18.
And Australia take the first game in the women's doubles.
Game won by Australia. 21, 18.
It was a tough old tussle.
Yeah, I think credit to the Aussies. They were the more consistent pair in this first game. I haven't seen the longest of rallies throughout. Let's see what the coaches have to say.
While staying still and doing that, trying to drag the shuttle into the net too many times, right? So you just step into it.
Well, you might be able to continue what Robin Middleton was saying.
Yeah, pretty simple instructions, I think, from Robin Middleton. Just saying that when the shuttle's in the midcourt, they need to step forward with their feet as well, instead of just standing on the back line and only playing the shot with the racket. We saw it a couple of times throughout that set, so just something to try and eliminate some more mistakes from them. But important as well to get the length on the lifts right. That's when they were putting themselves under pressure. But also I think to be a little bit careful in the flat exchanges. They got a couple of points through mistakes from the Vietnamese, but there was open court where the shuttle was directed to, so it's important that, especially when Gonya's in the back, that she moves to cover the open court where Leanne's come from.
Well, Australia took the first game in 12 minutes.
20 seconds.
Nothing to choose between the two teams.
Second game. Level. Play.
That's too long.
1 love. 1 all. Time's over. Two, 1.
Yeah, good fighting defence from the Australians there. Not the prettiest of rallies, but just asking the Vietnamese girls to play one more shot.
3, 1.
I don't think they'll mind as long as they get the points on the board.
Time's over. 2, 3. Change the shuttle.
And Yun just struggling with the timing again. Didn't matter on that occasion though.
It's over.
On either side able to hang on to their serve at the moment.
4, 2. Five, 2.
Certainly seems to me from the Australians that there's a real directive to target Nguyen with their attack. She seems to be the weaker defensively of the two. And then we see again another mistake when she's put under pressure.
2.
I think she probably is. I mean, if Vu is the top-ranked female. We should just remind viewers that Pham Nhu Thao is not available for this game. She played the women's doubles in the first 2 games against the Swiss and Italy. So Vu Thi Trang, the singles player, has come in to play for Vietnam alongside Nguyen Thi Sen.
3.
Vu has some experience playing doubles. She was at one stage ranked 89th in the world. That was back at the start of 2014. Too long from Lian Chu.
4, 9. Six, 9. Time's over.
Nice bit of leadership shown there by Chu.
10-6.
Just taking a little bit of a risk on the serve and anticipating it was going to be coming short to put more pressure on the return and get a cheap point.
Strong rally, but Vietnam came out on top.
7-10.
42 shots. Somerville just receiving that slightly off balance, wasn't she?
You are to serve. Yep. 7-10. Play.
Hey.
8-10.
There's a few mistakes in the last handful of points from Somerville's racket. Again, Chu with a good return to
11-8. Interval.
set up the easier point. But I think maybe as a Vietnamese coach, if you notice that, you can start to put some more pressure on her if she has been making a few mistakes. Of course, that might change as the match goes on, but
When you are attacking, that's important. And then it's important that you don't drive into the forehand. Like that's the thing that they're good at, so don't make them good at that. Just a little.
Well, it was 11-8 at the 11-point break in the first game.
Court 1, 20
Exactly the
seconds.
same
Court
score
1,
here
20
in the
seconds.
second.
yeah, again, pretty simple advice from Australian coach Lasser Bungot this time around. Let's not drive it into their forehand because that's what they're good at.
11-8.
So let's not make them good at that.
Play.
Again, just sustained pressure on Nguyen,
Change shuttle.
but nicely done as well. Some nice variety in the attack.
12.
A higher smash at the racket hip, and then followed by the steeper one across on the backhand side.
Serves over.
Jump of frustration from Somerville.
9-12.
Oh, and well played.
Yeah, well done there from
9.
Somerville. Knew she had Nguyen under pressure and just kept at it.
Oh, lovely serve.
14-9.
Spotted her coming forward.
Yeah, nice variety from Chu. Again, always good to play a few flick serves. You get a couple of cheap points.
15-9.
6-point margin in favour of Australia.
Serve's over.
Vietnam needing to
10,
get a
15.
run of points of their own. Oh dear.
11, 15.
Yeah, good defense from Nguyen though. Haven't seen too much of that from the Vietnamese, just making the Australian girls cover the extremes of the court.
16, 11.
Yan Chu really stepping up in this
11.
match.
Yeah, it's good to see that she's imposing her experience on this one. Not that she's that old, of course, but
23.
obviously the senior partner of the two.
I was reading somewhere that she lacks fear, and it would appear to be the case here.
12, 17.
Comes from the Sturt Badminton Club.
Serve's over.
Australia edging closer to victory.
18, 12.
Vietnam with 6 points to make up.
Serve's over. 13, 18. Fourteen, 18. Green. Change.
Can Vietnam find a way back? Oh, lovely play.
15,
Great
18.
anticipation from Nguyen.
Yeah, showing us she's got some singles skills of her own with the cross turn before that.
Sixteen, 18.
Back to 2 points.
Play.
Make that one.
17, 18.
Australia were 4 points ahead. Vietnam have pegged them back.
Serve's over. Green.
Good pressure though from Somerville at the net.
19, 17.
But Vietnam will not say die.
Yeah, again, we've spoken throughout this afternoon about the right time to play the block. I mean, good anticipation from the Vietnamese, but
Oh, well won by Somerville. She had the lion's share of the shots in that rally.
Yeah, you're right. It was well fought. She was under pressure at the earlier stages of the 40-shot rally.
20. Match point.
And match point for Australia. Leanne Chu to serve. And that is it. It may not count in terms of the match, but Australia have won the women's doubles, which means that the final result is 3-2 in favour of Vietnam. Credit to Leanne Chu and Gronya Somerville. It was difficult to come out when the match is over and still put in a decent performance, but they did.
Yeah, they did. It was a good win for them. They had to fight off a bit of Vietnamese resistance at the end of the second. But I think they can be happy with what they've achieved today and got something else out of the match. They were good. They were just more consistent, really, in the end. And there were some good rallies, and they fought hard defensively as well. But
just confirmation, in 31 minutes, Leanne Chu and Gronya Somerville defeated Nguyen Thi Sien and Vu Thi Trang 21-18, 21-18. Good day's work for Leanne Chu, winning both of her matches today. And Australia now will meet Austria, while Vietnam will play the Czech Republic for 21st and 22nd at the Sudirman Cup 2015. Just confirming all of the results. It was the mixed doubles went the way of Australia, and then both singles battles went the way of Vietnam. Daniel Guda and Joy Lei, two very young Australian players, just outclassed by Tien Minh Nguyen and Vu Thi Trang. The mixed doubles, well, it was a close match, went to 3 games, but in the end it was the Vietnamese who were victorious, and that was where they sealed the rubber. The women's doubles, they came out, and Leanne Chu and Gronya Somerville restored a little bit of pride for Australia, winning that match, meaning that the final result was Vietnam 3, Australia 2. Well, we hope you've enjoyed all of the action. There's more badminton coming your way. Germany taking on China. From me, Ashley Morrison, and Ollie Leyden-Davis, wish you a very good afternoon.
吧。